Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, part of the NBC Sports Group.
We greet you from Wrigley Field, a counterintuitive weather night here. The temperatures cool once again. The wind is blowing, but it's blowing straight out. It looks like a mid-June evening here at the ballpark. Reds and Cubs getting set for Game 2 of a 3-game series. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs were playing very good baseball. However, their offense has disappeared the last 2 days. The starters have given the Cubs a chance. They just aren't scoring runs.
Yeah, for Travis Wood, unfortunately, he got the draw on the night of the 3.5-hour rain delay, but he took the mound and did a really nice job of at least giving the Cubs a chance to beat the Pirates in that game. Yesterday for Justin Germano, he had to work extremely hard to get through his 5 innings, but once again, you should be able to win some games when you put up numbers like that.
Darwin Barney has been so good defensively. He might have to hit to win the Gold Glove, and he's hitting.
The average is sneaking up there. The on-base percentage sneaking up there. I mean, we've talked a lot about his defense this year, but he works very hard on his offense on a daily basis and seeing some results the last couple days.
How about this? The Cubs have 6 hits over the last 2 games. He has 4 of those hits. Unfortunately, the Cubs have 1 extra base hit. That belongs to Brian LaHare, but again, they're going to need to hit the ball out of the ballpark tonight. Chris Russin, the rookie left-hander, will look for his 2nd major league win. He'll face righty Mike Leake coming up.
Test drive a Lexus today. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Liberty Mutual Insurance. Responsibility. What's your policy? Toyota. Right now you can get a lot for less at your local Toyota dealer. Official partner of the Chicago Cubs. The new wireless receiver from AT&T Uverse. Visit att.com/freeyourtv. Rethink possible. BMO Harris Bank, helping money make sense. BMO Harris Bank, NA member FDIC. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Welcome back to the ballpark. The statue of Harry Carey welcoming fans into the bleachers out at Waveland in Sheffield. Well, the wind howling out tonight, and we are not sure if Dusty Baker will actually be in the dugout to manage tonight. That's Chris Spire, the bench coach. He went out and exchanged a lineup card. Dusty has headed to a local hospital, I guess, getting a chest x-ray as the Reds try to rule out a possible case of pneumonia. So we certainly hope Dusty's all right. Last night managed his 3,000th major league game. And the wind, Bob, blowing out like it would, as we mentioned, in the middle of the summer. But we sit here in mid-September, and this is as hard as we've seen it blow straight out all year.
Yeah, very cool, comfortable temperatures. And normally under these conditions, you expect the wind to be blowing in off the lake. But all afternoon, the flags have just been ripping straight out to center field. Batting practice was quite a show today.
Got to keep the ball down tonight, as the Cubs are ready to take the field behind rookie left-hander Chris Russin. The Reds' magic number to clinch their division is at 4 to clinch a playoff spot. It is down to 2 because the Dodgers lost game 1 of their doubleheader at Washington. So here come the Cubs, 2-3 so far on this homestand. And let's look in on the Reds Southwest starting lineup. A 3-1 win for them last night. Brandon Phillips will lead it off at second. Drew Stubbs struggling offensively. He's in center. Joey Votto, 39 doubles and just 334 at bats this season. Ludwig cleans up. Bruce is in right. Scott Rowland at third. Deanna Navarro will catch. Ryan Hannigan, remember, last night had the big hit. Valdez and Leak at the bottom.
Here's how the Cubs will line it up defensively tonight. Soriano in left, Jackson in center, DeJesus over in right field. It'll be Valbuena at third, Castro at short, Barney at second, Rizzo over at first base. Wellington Castillo doing the catching tonight for left-hander Chris Russin. Been pretty good his last 2 starts, both against the Pirates. 1 a win, 1 a no decision. A total of 10 innings, 9 hits, 3 runs. He did strike out 10, only walked 3 batters in those 2 starts.
Paul Schreiber gets home plate tonight. Mike Everett is at first, Laz Diaz at second, and the crew chief Tim Welke is at third. Clear skies above.
Everyone's in love.
Yeah. Cubs have won just 4 of 14 against the first place Reds this season, including just 2 of 8 here at Wrigley Field. The season series will wrap up tomorrow afternoon here on CSN. Jason Birkin for the Cubs. Cy Young candidate Johnny Cueto for the Reds. Brandon Phillips will lead it off. He got hit by the first pitch of the game last night, went 0 for 3 officially.
We talk a lot about keeping the ball down under these conditions at Wrigley Field. Not always true. If you've got a good low ball hitter at the plate, a guy who can elevate a low pitch, you continue to pitch to the scouting report and to the hitter's weaknesses. But in general, mistakes up in the zone tend to get hit in the air. Balls close to the ground tend to get hit on the ground like that.
Luis Valbuena throws out Phillips. And we're underway. Russin facing the Reds for the first time. His first big league win 5 days ago against the Pirates. .69 degrees in that southwest wind at 20 miles an hour. One strike on Stubbs.
And for Chris Russin, important not only to keep the ball down when he should, but also to work the inside part of the plate. That cut fastball in on the hands of the Reds' right-handed hitters is going to be very important for him as well.
Cutter is low.
We talked about the statistically subpar season that Drew Stubbs is having. Yeah, you better hang on to your hat tonight. Even though he's only hit .214 on the season, he strikes out a bunch, doesn't make a lot of contact. He scored 71 runs for the Reds this year. That's only 1 less than Starlin Castro, who leads the Cubs.
The
I gave the stat last night, and after last night, it's now 47-6. The Reds' record when Drew Stubbs is in the lineup. Or scores a run. Excuse me, scores a run. 47-6.
It's on base. First base runner here tonight. Now it's Joey Votto. Thirteenth game since coming off the disabled list. He's reached base in over half his plate appearances, or just about half, I should say, since coming back. 24-49. Drives that ball to left. Soriano coming over, and he can't get it. Stubbs is coming around third. Mark Berry's going to send him, and he will score. And Votto has his 40th double of the season, and it's 1-0 Reds. That ties his career high in a single season. That ball was dipping on Soriano.
You would need to be a physics professor to figure out what happened here. A slicing drive into that left field corner, the wind blowing straight out, actually appeared to help knock that ball down a little bit. Soriano tries to make that lunge in at the last instant to make the play. Unfortunately, kicks it over into foul territory, and with Drew Stubbs' speed, he's going to score from first base on that one.
Not a good omen, as you mentioned. The Reds 46-6 when Stubbs scores a run. Votto now has reached in 25 of 50 plate appearances since his return. 1-0 on Ryan Ludwig. Oh for 3 with a walk and a run in the opener. That one rolled foul. Boy, did he step up when Votto was out. He led the Reds, hitting .340 with 12 homers and 36 RBIs in the 48 games Votto missed. Line shot. Soriano makes a catch. He's going to double off Votto, I think. Tag applied by Barney to end the inning. Not sure what Votto was thinking, but the inning is over. The Reds get one, and the Cubs are coming up against Mike Leake. Lineup. The last 2 days, the Cubs have 6 hits, and from the 8th spot in the lineup, Darwin Barney had 4 of those hits, so not a big surprise. He's hitting second tonight. You see Valbuena at the 6th spot, Castillo, Jackson, and Russin at the bottom.
Quick look at the Reds defensively here tonight. Ludwig in left, Stubbs in center, Bruce over in right field. It'll be Roland, Valdez, Phillips, and Frazier third to first across the infield. Actually, it's Votto at first base instead of Todd Frazier. Yonder Navarro doing the catching tonight for right-hander Mike Leake.
Leake got a haircut. 29th start of 2012 for Mike Leake. Missed outside. And it's 2-0 on the Cubs' Roberto Clemente Award nominee, David DeJesus. Well deserved. He and his wife Kim helped lead a charity drive here at the ballpark earlier this season to help fight ALS. They raised over $28,000 for the Greater Chicago chapter of the ALS Association. And he bounces one to Votto at first. He'll flip to Leake. And one away, and it'll bring up the red hot Darwin Barney. You got to move him up in the lineup. He's been supplying all the offense.
Well, the way Darwin has been carrying the offense lately, you might want to move him down into that 4 spot. Give him some RBI opportunities. It's just been very quiet for the Cubs offensively. We talked about it the last couple of days. Not even a lot of loud outs. Dale Swaim not real pleased with the approach of some of his hitters in the last couple of days. Hopefully some improvements here tonight against Mike Leake, a guy they should be very familiar with. Well, a sinker, a cutter, curve, slider, changeup.
One ball right to Phillips. Leake is only 24 years old. First round pick in 2009 out of Arizona State, the 8th overall pick. And the following year, he'd go right to the big leagues without ever pitching in the minors. Oh, Anthony Rizzo. In fact, Mike Leake has pitched 7 1/3 innings in his career in the minors. That was last year at AAA Louisville. 2 games, 1 start. Everything else has been in the big leagues. Working quickly in his 1-0. Hit up the middle, picked up by Valdez, and he throws him out. Like Leake purposely let that ball go through without deflecting it, giving Valdez a better shot at it. 1-0 Reds after 1.
Rooms are available now by calling the Sheraton at 800-233-4100 and asking for the Cubs convention rate. Weekend passes will go on sale at a later date. For more information, please visit Cubs.com.
Second inning. Jay Bruce will start it for Cincinnati. He's a young Reds fan. Joey Votto with an RBI double in the first, giving the Reds the early lead. It's a strike on the outside corner. Broke his bat as he grounds one right into the shift. Starlin Castro on the other side of second base makes the play.
This is kind of a night for a starting pitcher, or any pitcher for that matter, with the wind blowing out. You just never really feel comfortable out there on the mound, because you know you're one bad pitch away from a ball landing on Waveland Avenue. You see a big sigh of relief by Chris Russin after getting Bruce to hit the ball on the ground. Now he's going to try to do it again with Scott Rowland at the plate.
Ball one to Rowland. Russin is from the Detroit area, still makes his off-season home in Michigan. Attended the University of Kentucky, and the Cubs grabbed him in the 4th round of the '09 draft. So you've got two guys here on the mound tonight, both drafted in 2009. Mike Leake, Chris Russin. This is strike. It's a makeup doubleheaders because of washouts last night. Mentioned the Nationals beat the Dodgers in Game 1 in D.C. 3-1. Yankees over the Blue Jays 4-2. More details on those games later. The regular season ends 2 weeks from today.
Those are some sad words, man.
Second straight year the season will end in the middle of the week. Darwin Barney able to knock it down, picks it up, throws. He won't throw. It's a base hit for Rowland.
I'm talking to Darwin about that particular play. You can see that edge of the grass right there. The dirt of the infield, the beginning of the outfield grass, and he said it seems like every ground ball hit to my left hits right at the edge of that grass. That one was actually a little bit deeper into the outfield, but not enough time to make the throw on to first.
A switch hitting catcher Deanna Navarro, limited playing time with the Reds, but has done a nice job offensively. Last night their catcher was the offensive hero Ryan Hannigan. A 3-run double. So Navarro gets his 11th start of the year. Former Yankee, Dodger, Devil Ray. Dodger now with the Reds. Albuena, Barney, Rizzo, they turn it, and the inning is over. They go around the horn 5-4-3 after an inning and a half. Reds 1, Cubs nothing.
Watch the Cubs battle the Cards at 1:20 and help celebrate one of the Cub fans' favorite players. The first 20,000 fans will receive a Kerry Wood commemorative photo montage, compliments of Advocate Healthcare. For more information and to purchase ticket, visit Cubs.com.
Second inning as the Cubs will bat against Mike Leake. 3 ground ball outs in the first.
The Cubs had the right guy running on that inning-ending double play. Navarro really laboring down that first baseline. Ball wasn't hit that hard to Valbuena at third base, but good strong throw to Barney and a great relay to first base to complete the double play.
He kicks and fires, and that pitch is high for ball 1. Valdez, lots of time, bad throw, tag applied. Boy, it just seems like the left side infielders, when they have too much time, that happens.
It's almost like a pitcher trying to be too fine when they throw to the corners and end up missing and falling behind in the count. Take that extra crow hop. Should be able to have plenty of time to find the seams on the baseball, but once again, a bad throw. Votto with a nice play at the other end to make up for it.
I would venture to say whenever you get that second crow hop, that's where the trouble starts. Think about it, when guys are taking ground balls in practice, it's usually one step and you throw. So when you do it more than once, it might lead to problems. In fact, Dale Swain, talking about Josh Vitters, thinks that part of his problem has been looking up at the runner, which has affected his mechanics. (2-0) on Castro. Here it comes. Boy, fastball in a pretty good spot. Maybe a little late movement. Castro missed it. Good numbers for him.
And Starlin would like to have that one back. 88 miles per hour. Inside third of the plate. On a night like this, those are the kinds of swings and misses you don't mind. If you get a fastball up, even if it's out of the strike zone up, and you identify it quickly and can put a good swing on it, this is the kind of night you can get some cheapies. Get that ball in the air with something behind it, cast it up into that wind and let it work. I wouldn't really have an issue with guys chasing high fastballs tonight.
Right in the heart of the zone, and Leake keeps getting ground balls. And all 4 infielders have had chances. Second one for Brandon Phillips. 3-1, 4-3, 6-3, 5-3, 4-3.
Well, we know Leake does give up some fly balls. He's given up a boatload of fly ball home runs this year. 25 homers. Now, it's funny the way it breaks down, Len. In his 28 starts before tonight, 13 games he started and not allowed a home run. 5 times he's allowed 1 home run, and 10 times he's allowed 2 home runs, which is his career high, and he's done it 10 times this year.
And the strike to Luis Valbuena.
Much like last night, we will give him the fact that his home games are pitched in a Little League park.
It's a reference Homer Bailey made after the game last night. The 1-1. Another pitch up, but hit on the ground. Ground ball ratio 6-0 for Mike Leake. 1-0 after 2. home to 88019 right now for your chance to win an authentic game-worn jersey from the Cubs. Be sure to go to Cubs.com/authentics for more authentic Cub memorabilia. We have a correction to make. So stay with us. Don't text just yet.
Not quite yet.
Wilson Valdez looks at a strike. Text rookie to 88019. Rookie. Oh, 2. Valdez in for the injured Zach Cozart. Dealing with that oblique strain. Well, I know if we go 28 innings, and I have to really stretch it out because of expanded rosters here in September, who the pitchers will be in this game. Wilson Valdez for the Reds and Joe Mather for the Cubs.
Two of the best emergency pitchers in all of baseball.
Yes. And he went around for strike 3. Yeah, he got a win for the Phillies against the Reds last year.
And I think they clocked him at 89 in that game on the mound. Pretty good for a utility infielder.
First strikeout for Chris Russin as Joe Mather goes over the scouting report with Chris Bosio. Mike Leake can hit. 43 hits over the last 3 years, the most by any pitcher. He's pinch hit 3 times this season.
You were saying?
And he lines one into left. Well, the Reds have gotten good production. Their pitchers with 4 homers and 49, now 50 hits, the most by any big league staff.
And Leake has half of those home runs. Just a nice compact swing. Doesn't try to overpower the ball. Good athlete. Runs the bases well. Dusty's using him as a pinch runner as well.
Phillips, who grounded out. 1 pitch at bat to start the game. Big exaggerated bat waggle as he swings and misses. So an interesting note from the Reds. Dating back to last year, they've won each of the last 17 games in which Brandon Phillips has homered. He serves that one into right. Leake will hold at second. So you go, okay, so when he homers, they win. That's tied with a Hall of Famer, Frank Robinson.
Wow. And
Eddie Taubensee, the catcher, 1999 to 2000. Go figure.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Who knew?
Lee May has their club record. They won 19 straight games in 1970 when he homered. Stubbs with 2 on and 1 out. Ball 1. And this is one of those days you walk into the ballpark and, you know, the press box is right at the top of the stadium. You've got all the flags around the roof. You can hear them whipping in the wind. When you hear the wind, you know it's windy. 1-2.
I mentioned Drew Stubbs has a tendency to strike out quite often, 147 times already this season. Just seems to be very tentative recently. In a ball game last night, didn't take a lot of aggressive swings, taking a lot of not only borderline pitches, but a lot of pretty good looking strikes.
Inside. And a cutter.
Oh, and he is definitely one guy you need to keep the ball down on under any circumstances. A real good high fastball hitter when he swings the bat.
Full now, 3-2 with the dangerous Joey Votto on deck. He's talked about not quite being the same old Joey Votto since coming back from the knee injury, but he's looked like Joey Votto to us so far in this series. Runners not going as Stubbs fouls back.
Jackson in center and Soriano in left, both playing probably 2 or 3 steps deeper than they normally would because of the wind that's blowing straight out of here tonight. Also respecting the power of Drew Stubbs when he makes contact. David DeJesus playing straight away at a normal depth in right field. And I can tell that because if you look closely enough, you can see the burnt grass where the outfielders normally stand, especially out there in right field. There's a mark in left and right which is considered to be straight away, and if you're playing a lot of hitters straight away, which most teams do, that's where you're going to stand most of the time, and the grass tends to take a little bit of a beating in those areas.
Kick and the pitch fouled back. Stubbs battling hard here.
Just to continue on with the defensive positioning, how do you figure out where straightaway left and right field is? Well, you draw a line from third base through second base out into right field. That would be considered straightaway right field. If you drew a line from first base through second base out into left field, that would be considered straightaway and left. Now, the depth depends on the strength of the hitter, and where you position yourself off of straightaway is dependent on the defensive charts.
Castro better hurry, and that should be a hit. It will be. 3 straight hits for the Reds. Even if Castro fields that ball cleanly with a bare hand, Bob, I don't know if he gets him.
Stubbs can really run long, striding down that first baseline once he got out of the box. Really, the only place Starlin had was to hope he had a grip right away and try to fire across the diamond, but you see Stubbs was leaning out of the box a little bit as he made contact, was actually breaking it down as he got close to the bag at first.
Red alert, I suppose you'd call it here for Chris Russin. 3 on, only 1 out against Joey Votto. I think it's instructive to watch Joey Votto take pitches as we check out our AT&T UVerse multiview. He watches that ball all the way into the mitt. He's an aggressive pitch taker, if that term exists.
It does. I mean, occasionally his body will get out of whack when he takes a pitch, but his head never comes off the ball. You see, choked up just a little bit on that bat.
One and two. The only time you'll see him pause and take a little extra time is after he does something like that. We saw a swing and miss last night. He took a little stroll. Ground ball, base hit. Seemed to be guided through that left side. And Votto knocks in a couple. Because it's Joey Votto, I really think, Bob, he was looking at the defense and almost guided that ball right through the hole.
Sure looks like it.
Yep.
Let that ball get deep into the hitting zone real quick with his hands. Castro was shaded up the middle of the field. That's a mistake right here. Soriano's got to come up ready to throw. We know Drew Stubbs can run. We know he likes to run. Look at Joey's head right down the bat.
It's a great hitter right there.
Yes, it is.
It's 3-0. He has all 3 RBIs. Still only 1 out. First and third for Ludwig, who lined into a double play to end the first inning.
On that double play that he lined to left field to Alfonso Soriano, Votto was out in no man's land. Right there we saw Drew Stubbs go first to third on a hard hit ball into left field. Looked like the Reds are going to run on Soriano every opportunity they get.
And by the way, I'm pretty sure most of, if not all, the votes are in from the managers and coaches around baseball on Silver Slugger Award races, the Gold Gloves. There's a base hit for Ludwig. Stubbs will trot home. He has now scored 2 times tonight, and it's 4-0. 5 consecutive singles for the Reds. Here comes Chris Bosio. And I'm not quite sure why, Bob, the voting is done during the season. And you'd like to think the entire season would pass before you'd vote on awards like that. I don't think they even give out those awards now till after the World Series, right? Early November. Yeah. So what's the rush? Just my opinion. Yeah. September should matter too.
Might play 5 months of airless baseball and then kick it all over the place in the month of September.
Ball 1 on Bruce. Lendy Castillo has just started to throw in the Cubs bullpen. Two and 0. You've got a young pitcher up against the ropes here. He's been knocked around in this inning. Maybe pitching away from contact a little bit. Unfortunately, that puts him in 2-0 and 3-1 counts. Gives professional hitters like Bruce and Votto good looks at good pitches. Two and 2.
You got a chance to see a real awkward double play attempt here. Jay Bruce has really been hooking everything, trying to pull every pitch that's thrown to him. Cubs using that exaggerated shift. This could lend itself to an awkward looking double play attempt. Castro a few steps on the shortstop side of second. With nobody on base, he's on the second base side of the bag out there with Bruce at the plate.
Full 3-2. That man can scale some walls, but we would prefer that young guy to stay right in the seat. Brett Jackson in center. Votto's going to tag. I don't think he was originally going to go, but then notice Jackson was flat-footed as the wind carried that ball a little farther than he originally thought.
Votto just kind of strolling back to second base initially, but right there when he sees Jackson backpedal, he makes his decision immediately. He's flat-footed. It's going to be tough for him to throw that ball to third base. I'm going to take the chance, and he made it easily.
Outside to Roland. 8-time Gold Glover Scott Rowland, 7-time All-Star, the only third baseman ever with 2,000 hits, 500 doubles, 300 homers, 1,200 RBIs, and at least 6 Gold Gloves.
You know, he's the best I've seen down there, no question about it. I mean, back in my playing days, Mike Schmidt's certainly one of the premier third basemen. That's why they put him in the Hall of Fame. But just as far as making all the plays as consistently as you can possibly imagine, Scott Rowland and Matt Williams, a guy that played for me in Arizona, played for the San Francisco Giants, the Cleveland Indians. Put those 3 guys right near the top of players who were the best at their position that I played against. Nice stop by Wellington Castillo with a runner at third base that time. That's why it becomes significant that Votto did tag in advance. You got a young pitcher on the mound, as you mentioned, that appears to be trying to pitch away from contact. Some of those breaking balls are going to end up in the dirt.
Swinging away on the 3-0, and he grounds out to Castro. But the Reds get 3 runs. They strand a couple. 4-0 in the third.
Pat Boyle podcast. Tune in as Pat sits down with 6-time NBA champion and Hall of Famer Scottie Pippen and Bears analyst and 85 Super Bowl champion Tom Thayer. Pat Boyle podcast presented by Mazda tomorrow night at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Reds have jumped out to a 4-0 lead. Mike Leake has not allowed a ball past the infield over the first 2 innings. Starts Wellington Castillo with a strike. Ouch.
That's where those inside sinkers end up an awful lot. Looks like a strike on the inside corner. Start your bat. That pitch just continues to dive bomb down and in. Catch the top part of the baseball. That one got him up on the shin. Ouch.
Chris Spire, the acting Reds manager, as Dusty had to head to the hospital for some tests as the Reds try to rule out pneumonia. Cubs announcing today they have reached an agreement with Kane County. Player development contract will run through 2014. They also renewed with Daytona and Boise. And it makes sense. I mean, Peoria was great for the Cubs for a long time, but instead of being several hours away, the Cubs low A affiliate will now be about an hour's drive away, if that.
Certainly makes it a lot more convenient. Not that it was inconvenient to send players to Peoria on a rehab assignment, but as you said, that's just a short drive over to Kane County. Fans that like to watch Cubs affiliates or like to watch minor league baseball in general probably get the opportunity to see some rehabbing players over there this summer. Next summer.
Roland gets Castillo. Theo Epstein chatted with reporters before the game, and here's another thing that he likes about having your affiliates close to your home city. He talked about giving young players a feel for the market. Never really had considered that.
You think about it, when you go to most minor league affiliates anywhere in the country, obviously the AAA cities.
Only a Reds outfielder involved as Ludwig makes a catch on Jackson on the warning track.
Well, the AAA cities, in general, bigger cities, big newspapers, lots of radio stations, TV stations. But when you're slaving away at the low minors, you play a game the night before, you'd be lucky to get a paragraph and a box score in the newspaper the next day. But yeah, being in Kane County, access to the Chicago media, an opportunity to see hopefully what they're going to experience a few years down the road. I had a chance to see a ball game at Kane County a few years ago when Reed Johnson and Aramis Ramirez were both down there with the Peoria Chiefs on a rehab assignment, and place you couldn't have squeezed one more person into that ballpark.
One and two to Russin. Mike Leake has not allowed a base runner here early on. For his first strikeout. Navarro flashing the signs. Ball strike 3 right down the middle. 7 ground ball outs, 1 fly ball out, and a strikeout for Leake first time through the order.
Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell.
Great job by the Menards grounds crew as always. Field looks great. There's Roger Baird, the head groundskeeper. Seven, 8, 9 for Cincy. With Deanna Navarro, who looks at a strike. Backhanded by Castro. Navarro retired. Now news and notes from around the majors. Tiger right-hander Max Scherzer had to leave last night after 2 innings because of shoulder fatigue. Giovanni Gallardo was excellent at Pittsburgh. And late last night, the Orioles won again. Their 14th consecutive extra innings win. 1 in 18 at Seattle.
That's a pretty impressive winning streak in extra innings.
What a
wow.
Justin Verlander pitching tonight for Detroit. He's had to work hard, but has a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the 5th over Oakland. Verlander's made 109 pitches through 5 innings. I believe Brett Anderson, the starter for the A's, got hurt and strained oblique, so he left early. Fair ball for Valdez. That'll bounce over the bullpen mound. A little slip by DeJesus, and Valdez has a double.
Sometimes you can take a bad swing and get a good result. That breaking ball got in on the hands of Valdez. He just kind of muscles it out there over the head of Anthony Rizzo. Ricochets around in that Reds bullpen. And DeJesus may have had a play had he not stumbled out there, but as it is, Valdez will cruise in with a 1-out double.
So the Nationals won game 1 of their doubleheader today over the Dodgers. Their magic number for a playoff spot is down to 1. They grabbed their 90th win of the year. This will be their first playoff appearance as the Washington Nationals. The 90 wins, the most for a DC Major League club since 1933. One and one on Mike Leake. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Andy Pettitte back with the Yankees, coming back from a broken leg. Got the win today over the Blue Jays 4-2. It's a day-night doubleheader at Yankee Stadium. He improved to 4-3. Called strike 3 and a curveball.
Castillo setting up on the inside part of the plate. That one just nips the upper region of the outside corner. Wouldn't want to leave that breaking ball up there against some of the hitters in this Reds lineup, but he gets away with it to the opposing pitcher.
In that game today in New York, Omar Vizquel of the Blue Jays picked up 2 hits. He passed Babe Ruth on the all-time hit list.
How about that?
2,874. Now 41st on that list. Sharply hit ground ball that backs up Castro. And he throws out Phillips to end the inning. Valdez stranded in scoring position. 4-0 Reds in the 4th. Cubs.com. Click on the CBOE front row seats auction to bid on tickets in the front row behind home plate and along the first base line. Front row seats will be auctioned off to every game all season long. Don't miss your chance. Go to Cubs.com. Check out the CBOE front row seats auction today. Jesus hits a ground ball to Phillips. 10th batter for the Cubs. All 10 have been retired by Mike Leake.
It hasn't been as easy for Mike Leake in his last couple of starts. He's been banged around pretty good. Total of 9 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 15 hits, 8 extra base hits, including 4 homers. An OPS over 1100. Opponents hitting .375 in his 2 previous starts in the month of September. But on top of his game here early tonight.
One and one to Barney. It's a tough game to figure out. Some guys are hot, stay hot for a while. Other guys are hot and they're always due to have a good one or a bad one, depending on how it's going. You just don't know when.
Sometimes it can be a mechanical issue. You know, you get to this point of a season. A guy like Mike Leake, he had 28 starts coming in tonight. Maybe a little fatigue setting in, maybe some nagging injuries. Maybe a mechanical issue that he got straightened out in his last side session. Maybe just felt better today, had a better meal before he came to the ballpark.
Barney stays alive. Leake was born in San Diego. Mentioned he went to Arizona State. Shallow left field. Long run for 3 Reds. A slide and the catch by Ludwig, who had his hat taken off his head by the wind. Nicely done.
Ball almost got on him a little bit before he was ready right there as he went down into his slide. He put the left hand down to protect himself against the ground and tried to get it back up there in time to make a 2-handed catch, but the ball got there a little bit before he anticipated.
Rizzo pops foul left side out of play. Well, Mike Leake made his big league debut against the Cubs in Cincinnati back in 2010. Got a no decision, but was very good. Pitched into the 7th, allowed just 1 run. There's the Cubs' first hit. Anthony Rizzo rolls it into center.
Cubs haven't gotten a lot of pitches in the middle of the plate, but Rizzo finally gets a fastball on the inner third. Has to change his swing just a little bit, cut it off, bring the hands in close to the body to get the barrel on it, but clean line drive into center field.
Snaps a string of 11 in a row retired by Leake to start the game. Pitching now from the stretch for the first time. Ball 1 outside to Soriano. Well, we see Mike Leake, handles his position well defensively. One of the better hitters among all pitchers. Not too surprising to find out he didn't just play baseball in high school. Early on, he Played soccer, was a point guard on the basketball team, was the punter, the kicker, and defensive back on the football team. Fallbrook High School in California. He wanted that one, didn't get it. 3-0. We're down 4-0, but with the wind blowing like it is, we're not out of it.
Soriano continuing to try to figure out Mike Leake. He's now 1 for 17 lifetime against the Reds right-hander.
All 4.
Just watching Mike Leake pitch here at the major league level, you have to assume that he was somewhat similar when he was at Arizona State University, and by that I mean he didn't throw 98 then and all of a sudden he became a finesse pitcher. He had to be a finesse pitcher when he was pitching in college against those aluminum bats, and to have success moving the ball around and sinking it and cutting it and making it do different things when it gets to the hitting zone really served him well, and that's probably why he was able to make the jump he did straight from college to the big leagues. Some guys that rely on an overpowering fastball or a gimmick pitch to get hitters out at the college level, there's some things you need to learn before you can advance through the pro ranks and eventually get to the major leagues. But Mike Leake had to learn those things a long time ago because he is not overpowering with his stuff. He just knows how to pitch.
Castro went around. Call made by Mike Everett at first. Instead of 2-0, it's 1-1.
He just couldn't quite hold it back there. Barrel of the bat snuck out in front of home plate. You get the feeling there's one big hit. Get this Cubs offense jump start. It's just been too quiet for too long.
One extra base hit, including tonight in the last 3 games. That was a pinch hit RBI double last night by Brian LaHare. Kick the 1-2. Votto just deflects it into shallow right center. And the Cubs are on the board as Rizzo scores. It's 4-1. Castro will get his 76th RBI. All this happening with 2 down.
He sticks the bat out there, pokes it toward that hole on the right side. Votto gets a piece of it, which is probably fortunate. And Rizzo just picking up his third base coach, running hard the whole way. Pat Listash never slowed him down around the bag. Love to see that. No looking over your shoulder. Go as hard as you can. Trust that third base coach.
Now Valbuena. Fly ball to right. Bruce went back. Now comes in to end the inning. Cubs get their first 2 hits and their initial run, trailing 4-1 after 4. for the last 3 Cub players to win a Gold Glove award.
Derek Lee.
Derek Lee. Yep.
Well, you have to go back to the 80s.
I'm wondering
before that.
I'm wondering about Mark Grace.
Yeah. Rhino.
Stubbs to lead off for the Reds. 4-1 Cincinnati. This Russell's still in there. Two-one on the way. Fouled off. That one smacked in the left center. Stubbs will hold with his leadoff single. He's been on all 3 times.
Unfortunately, the first 2 times he got on base, he scored.
Well, maybe there's something to the late night the other night. Cubs offense has done very little since Monday night. The Pirates went home and were shut out 6-0 last night, and they trail 3-0 in the 7th tonight to the Brewers. And if that score holds up, the Pirates will drop to 74-74.
Move.
One time they were 16 games over 500. And it wasn't that long ago. August 8th, they were 16 over.
Boy, and there's really been no event or injury to a key person where you would say, well, that's where it all turned right there. They lost their leadoff hitter, they lost their cleanup hitter, they lost their closer. Nothing like that.
About the only thing you can think of is Neil Walker missed a couple of weeks, but I think they were starting to struggle before that. I mean, really, it happened like last year when they made their deadline deals. They acquired Wandy Rodriguez. They took Kevin Correa out of their rotation. Joey Votto deep to right. On the track is DeJesus to make the catch. He didn't get it up in the jet stream, thankfully. It's the first time he's made an out tonight.
Had to hold my breath on that one, partner. Looked like Joey got a little bit of that one, but maybe had some topspin on it, got out to right field, and died in the glove of David DeJesus.
The other thing about the Pirates, as you look inside the numbers a little bit in terms of their record, let's say they don't win tonight, they'd be 74-74. Well, they've gone 11-3 against the Astros and 8 under against everybody else. Certainly doing what they needed to do against a team they should beat. They went 8-8 against the Cubs.
When you talked about the injury to Neil Walker, and certainly you want Neil Walker in your lineup every day if possible, a switch hitting second baseman with some pop, and undoubtedly one of the leaders of that team. But Brock Holt stepped in and
yeah, he was fine.
Hit 350 or so, was getting on base a lot, making all the plays defensively.
Talking about the Pirates, and the guy at the plate was one of their deadline acquisitions last year, Ryan Ludwig. Derek Lee, Ludwig. It didn't work out last year, and it appears as though it's not going to work out again this season. I will say this, while I'm not rooting for the Pirates, I wouldn't mind see them break this long streak of consecutive losing seasons. Their fans have just gone through so much over the last 20 years. But it's not looking good the way they're playing. Stubbs takes off. He's going to get in, and Barney can't keep that ball out of the outfield. Stubbs is going to hold. Saves an error for Castillo. It's number 30 for Stubbs.
Well, they got rid of it quickly. Unfortunately, it looked like he didn't have seams at all on that ball, because it really started to sink when it got out there to second base, forcing Barney to slam on the brakes and dive back to his left. I mean, that's about as quickly as you can get rid of it. But unfortunately, in your haste to throw it to second base, sometimes you just don't have a proper grip, and that ball does some funny things on the way to second base.
Meantime, 3-1 on Ludwig. Ball 4. Second walk for Russin. Michael Bowden up for the Cubs. We saw Lendy Castillo earlier.
Hey fans, check out the new Audi Legend Suite on the Nuveen Investment Suite level. Watch the game with a former Cubs player and listen to classic stories about life as a Cub. With a luxury food and beverage package and a unique gift for each guest, the Audi Legend Suite is the most exclusive way to watch a Cubs game. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
Two on for Bruce. And he fouls it away. And on the hands, 1-1. Oh, you'd like this tonight, partner. Down in Miami, the Marlins giving Chipper Jones a fly fishing rod and reel.
Nice. I bet he doesn't have one. I missed that retirement tour when I hung him up.
You know, the rocking chair treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of players miss that retirement tour. It's usually reserved for guys that are headed straight to the Hall of Fame 5 years to the day after they retire.
He's played more games against the Marlins than any other opponent by far. Most homers, RBIs, hits, doubles, runs, at bats, walks. And he made his debut the same year the Marlins did, 1993. In fact, Ozzie Guillen, the Marlins manager, was Chipper's teammate in Atlanta at the end of Ozzie's career. Castro backpedaling. Boy, that wind really carrying it out toward Jackson as Starlin makes a catch.
Some of the hard hit balls that we've seen in this game have stayed below the top of the stadium and really haven't been affected that much by the wind, but that high pop up in the middle of the field carried a lot further than Starlin Castro thought it was going to, as he ends up backpedaling into center to make the catch.
He not only got the rod and reel, but he got a fly fishing vest, a fly tying kit, books on fly fishing, a hat with LCD lights on it, a tackle box, and a waterproof tote bag. I really hope they made sure that he likes to fly fish.
Pretty sure he does. He's got plenty of time to learn fly fishing now after this season.
The bad part of it is all of these items have a Miami Marlins logo on them. No, I'm kidding.
I wonder if Chipper has any interest in staying around the game in some capacity. Coach or manager or front office.
Be a great hitting coach. Scott Rowland into right. And DeJesus will throw it back in towards second. Drew Stubbs has scored 3 times tonight, and it's 5-1.
Scott Rowland just fights off a fastball, cutting down and in. An inside out swing just gets it over the head of Anthony Rizzo into right field. And once again, put the fastest red on base 3 times, and he scored 3 times.
We thought we would see some runs tonight, but we haven't seen a home run yet. Cubs may need to hit a few to get back into this game as Navarro pops out. Reds add to their lead. It's 5-1 here in the 5th.
of the Cubs in Wrigley Field would like to give you free chips and queso just for opting into their mobile club. Text Q1 to 50500 and you'll enjoy Qdoba's famous chips and queso. Talk about adjustments in the game of baseball. Grounds crew has to make a little adjustment. That's the area around third base. After a runner turns the corner at third and heads for home, that's right about where their first step, maybe their second step, would be, coming around the bag at third. And perhaps Drew Stubbs, the most recent player to run around that corner, tore it up a little bit.
Chris Heisey into the game for Ludwig. Sure if there's an injury or not, we'll find out. It's right back to Leak. Russin done after 5. I say that because Adrian Cardenas has jumped into the on-deck circle, and right as that ball was being bounced to the mound, Michael Bowden went to the bullpen mound. Russin gave up 10 hits in his 5 innings. If I told you Chris Russin would go 5 and wouldn't give up a home run, you'd say, well, it's a pretty good start. But you got nickel and dimed to death, as they say.
Yeah,
right?
And a lot of the change came in that third inning when they strung 5 hits together in a row, scored 3 runs.
Three and 2 to Jackson. Cardenas will hit for Russin. He takes a 1-out walk. Well, let's answer our AT&T mobility trivia question. Last 3 Cubs to win the Gold Glove. The other one would be Greg Maddux. Might have forgotten about. Yep. Just dawned on me.
Yep.
Lee, Maddux, and Grace. 2 for Derek as a Cub. Same for Greg Maddux. 6. It'll be Brian LaHare, not Cardenas.
Cardenas was in the on-deck circle and would have taken the at-bat had Brett Jackson been retired, but with Jackson reaching, Dale Swaim choosing to go with Brian LaHare. A little more sock in the bat. Better chance of getting one up into this breeze tonight. Cutting into that Reds lead.
Well, since we are talking about Gold Gloves, Maddux, the all-time leader with 18. Jim Cott had 16. Brooks Robinson was 16. But, quickly go through all the leaders at the different positions. Catcher, Pudge Rodriguez with 13. Johnny Bench had 10. First base, a couple of guys who played a lot of games in New York. Keith Hernandez with 11. Don Mattingly with 9. Roberto Alomar leading the way at second with 10. Ryne Sandberg owns 9 Gold Gloves. Brooks Robinson 16. Mike Schmidt with 10. Scott Rowland third among third basemen with 8. Ozzie Smith with 13 at short. Omar Vizquel with 11, and they don't really break it down left, center, right, since that was a very recent addition. But Roberto Clemente and Willie Mays among outfielders with 12. Ken Griffey Jr., Andrew Jones, Al Kaline, and Ichiro all with 10. And there are 2 winners at multiple positions. Can you name them? 2 guys have won Gold Gloves at 2 different spots. One was outfielder and first baseman. The other one second and third. One is still active.
Second and third.
3 seconds.
Oh, jeez. I don't respond well to pressure.
Darren Erstad is an outfielder and a first baseman. And Placido Polanco at second base and third base.
There you go. Yep. He's going to go to my old standby Robin Yount, but
yeah, Yount won the MVP at short and in center.
Mike Trout. If you haven't been with us over the last couple weeks as we selected our various winners of the awards, I think Mike Trout should win the American League Cy Young, Manager of the Year. Every award there is should just go to Mike Trout. He's one of the most unbelievable players to come to the major leagues in a long time.
Well, you're going to see his name again coming up. We're going to do the NL and AL OPS leaders coming up. Two and two on Brian LaHare. Goes 4, 6, 3. It's 5-1 Cincinnati after 5. real important stat for him. And here are the current leaders in the National League. Ryan Braun, who won the MVP last year, is putting together a fantastic season. McCutchen and Posey are MVP candidates. Giancarlo Stanton, Melky Cabrera suspended, but before that put up a .906 on base plus slugging. In the American League, Miguel Cabrera, only qualifier in the big leagues over 1,000. Mike Trout at .954. Edwin Encarnacion, Josh Hamilton, and Prince Fielder also in the nines. Michael Bowden, the new Cubs pitcher, made a lot of new fans the other night during the long rain delay. Signed autographs for quite a while near the Cubs dugout. On a hop, Rizzo will get Valdez. So Ryan Ludwig had to leave the game with a left groin injury. Some stretching it out. At second base, got on base a couple of times tonight.
The Reds announcing it's strictly a precautionary measure, given where they're at in the standings, where they're at in this ball game. Very easy to flip him out, let him get up to the training room, get some treatments, hopefully minimize the damage.
In there on Mike Leake. I mean, that's a hitter right there. I mean, how many pitchers have the pine tar riddled helmet? On the right, De Jesus keeps his feet moving. At Chicago Sports News Nightly on GMC Sportsnet Central. Coming up tonight after Horseshoe Casino Cubs postgame live. Jay Cutler tries to move forward. Hanging out with Patrick Kane and the Blackhawks as they stay busy during the NHL lockout. Join Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski for GMC Sportsnet Central tonight after postgame live only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. It's all about the wind here. Now see, that guy looks cold because the wind's blowing right in his face. We are very comfortable in the booth tonight. Normally when it's cool here or cold, we're colder because the wind's blowing straight in. But tonight it's not. And I kind of like it. When we saw that gentleman look like he was dressed for winter, you still have your short sleeves on.
And very comfortable, yeah. Well, I really did think we were going to see the wind play more of a factor in this ball game, and it may still turn out to be a huge factor, but just haven't seen it affect the batted ball as much as we expected, other than the Jay Bruce pop-up into center field.
Oh. Phillips hit for the second time in this series. Fastball.
Yeah. A four-seamer right in the wallet.
Big night for Stubbs. A walk, 2 singles, a steal, 3 runs. Did you see what Phillips just did?
Yeah, he plays a lot of games on the bases. That time he was actually standing on the bag as the pitch was being delivered. He assumed that Michael Bowden was going to snap a pickoff throw over there. So he just went back to the bag and stood there as Bowden threw the ball to home plate. I got to admit, after a guy's drilled with a pitch, I always assumed he was going to try to steal very early in the next at bat. Phillips does have base stealing speed, 15 out of 17 on the season.
I think Bowden would be a tough guy to read just because he has no leg kick at all.
Just kind of falls into his delivery to home plate.
Bounced out in front of the dish. 2-2. He strikes out Stubbs to end the inning. Still 5-1 Cincinnati.
It's the hottest area in Chicago sports. The all-inclusive Budweiser patio is open at Wrigley Field. For more information and to purchase tickets for the 2012 Cubs season, call 773-404-4200 or visit Cubs.com/premier.
One strike on David DeJesus. And he bunts. It's a good one. Leak. Shovels to the bare hand. Joey Votto. Wow. Well, that's a great play to get DeJesus.
I mean, that's nearly a perfect bunt. One more hop past the glove of Mike Leake, and he beats that out. But we've talked all night about what a great athlete Mike Leake is, and just another example right there as Joey Votto just grabs that ball out of midair with the bare hand for the out at first.
Great adjustment by Votto.
I mean, he played it that way. He timed his steps. You could see him take that one last stride from his right foot to his left foot as he scooped the ball toward Votto. A little bit high, but the Reds first baseman able to make the play. Nicely done. Well, that's too bad for Dave DeJesus. I mean, that was against 99% of the pitchers in the National League. That's a base hit.
Yep. Breaking ball misses. 1-1 on Barney. There's a hitting streak on the line. 13 games during which he's hit .409. He's 0 for 2 so far tonight. 9 hits, 5 walks on the homestand. Sharply hit one bouncer to Phillips. Rizzo with 2 outs. Boy, Mike Leake has been a ground ball machine tonight. You see the Cubs OPS leaders. Dale talked about getting up into those 800s at least, and you saw the elite guys in the 900s. And I looked up your stats. You had a couple of years, 84 and 87. Your OPS was in the 800s.
It's just very unfortunate that we didn't have the emphasis on advanced metrics then that we do now.
816 in 1984, 815 in 87. Actually, your career high was 912. 52 plate appearances in 81.
15 for 45 that year.
2 doubles, a triple, a homer, 6 walks.
Just couldn't maintain it for the rest of my career.
Full 3-2. Base hit in the left. Rizzo's 2 for 3. The third Cub hit. They've all been singles.
We saw Joey Votto do this earlier in the ball game. Just stay on an outside pitch. Hit it hard. There's holes on the left side of the infield too. You can see Valdez cheating up the middle of the field. That ball's at the straightaway shortstop position, but because of the shift, it gets through for a base hit into left. That's just smart hitting. Kind of interesting. We saw Anthony Rizzo attempt to bunt for a base hit the other day. Playing the exaggerated shift against him. I think that's a good idea once in a while, depending on game circumstance. But that's one way to keep teams from playing that exaggerated shift. Show that bunt once in a while, maybe even bunt for a base hit from time to time. That'll force that third baseman to play a little bit more shallow and closer to the bag at third, opening up an even bigger hole on the left side of the infield.
The 2-0. Crushed deep to left. Hello, Waveland. A 2-run homer. His 30th of the year, and it's 5-3. A no-doubter for Soriano.
That one needed no help from Mother Nature. Man, fastball right in the middle of the plate, down a little bit. Boy, that is such a sweet feeling for a hitter when you square one up right on the sweet spot of the bat. You see the trajectory. You don't even feel the contact with the baseball. That thing went a long way.
6th 30 homer campaign. Second time he's hit 30 as a Cub. 1 RBI away from his career high of 104 back in 2005. He's 103 driven in. Up the middle, base hit. That'll bring the tying run up. All this happening with 2 outs, and Brian Price is going to head out. We're going to see likely some action in the Cincinnati bullpen.
Good grinding at bat by Anthony Rizzo before getting the base hit through the left side. Soriano with the long home run to left field. Garland Castro finds a hole up the middle. Suddenly Mike Leake needs some trouble out there. I've said this about some of the long home runs here at Wrigley in the past. Not unusual to see a left fielder just stand there and not move at all when he hears the sound of contact, sees where the fly ball is headed. But usually the fans stand up anticipating a home run ball. But when they don't even move, you know it's been clobbered. It's going to end up out in the street.
Splitter specialist Jose Arredondo just starting to play catch. Oh, 0-1 on Valbuena. Soriano, the fifth Cub, age 36 or older, to get to 30 and 100 in a season. That is fair to left. Castro will score. Valbuena with a double, and it's 5-4. 3 2-out runs here in the sixth. Heisey had some trouble with it in left. Castro easily able to score.
Slashing drive down into that left field corner on a slow breaking ball out over the plate. It's one of those ones that gets down into the corner. You're not quite sure how it's going to react off of that sidewall. It hit that one area where there's a little bit of extra padding and ricocheted away from Chris Heisey, allowing Castro to come all the way around from first and score.
Tying run in scoring position. Just a couple of minutes ago, the Cubs were down 4. 2 outs, nobody on. And Valbuena caught napping. Well, you rarely see that. I don't know if he was taking off his batting gloves, but Mike Leake caught him to end the inning. 5-4 Reds.
Keep your eye on the ball. You see Valbuena just strolling off the bag at second. Brandon Phillips alertly sneaks in behind Mike Leake. Caught the second baseman breaking out of the corner of his eye, and he's Valbuena caught in no man's land, looking the wrong direction.
Cubs within a run as we start the seventh. Votto, Heisey, and Bruce. Against Michael Bowden, James Russell, appears to be ready in the bullpen if needed here this inning. Votto with 2 hits, 3 RBIs tonight. Former Bears cornerback Donnell Wolford will conduct the stretch tonight. Time for a Coors Light freeze can. Talking about Joey Votto earlier and how he guided that ball into left for a 2-run single in the 3rd.
Hardest hit ball in the game from Joey Votto was the one he made out. Hit a line drive to David DeJesus in right field.
Bowden with a scoreless 6th. Going up and in here. And fights it off foul. Dodgers trying to earn a split in Washington, leading 6-3. Bottom of the 8th. Nationals just got 3. Still batting in the 8th. Josh Beckett. A good start for LA. Atlanta shut out the Marlins 3-0. Chris Medlin won again. Gave up 4 hits over 8 innings. The Braves won for the 21st straight time he has started for them. He lost the first 2 starts of his career in 09. Has not lost in 26 consecutive starts since. According to Stats LLC, the Yankees won 22 in a row, and Whitey Ford started from 1950 to 1953. The stretch was interrupted when he served in Korea. But that's the last time a team had a streak like this with a starting pitcher. Votto takes a walk to lead off the inning. Bob, we mentioned Omar Vizquel earlier today, passing Babe Ruth on the all-time hits list. Chipper Jones tied Lou Gehrig for 58 with the 2,721st hit of his career.
So he's got that and a new fly fishing outfit.
He's got a new fly fishing setup. Chris Heisey with his first chance tonight. Came in for the injured Ryan Ludwig earlier. Oh, we haven't seen Todd Frazier in this series. Huge numbers against the Cubs this year. Chris Heisey putting together an excellent season as well. Career highs in at-bats, hits, doubles, triples, steals. And this is going to be 2. 6, 4, 3. 2 quick outs. Looking for the perfect place to entertain your best customers and guests this summer? Why not bring them to the ballpark? The Nuveen Investment Suites can accommodate anywhere from 15 to 55 guests and include food, beverage, and parking. To book your premier experience at the ballpark, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-4200. It's a Honda call to the pen as left-hander James Russell will come on to face Jay Bruce. Reds leading the Cubs 5-4. Job by Michael Bowden, an inning in 2/3. No hits, no runs. Make way for left-hander James Russell.
Been 5 days for James since he last pitched against the Pirates. Clean inning of work in that game on the 14th. His last 3 outings, he's had a blown save and a win in the same outing, and 2 holds. A lot of letters after his name.
A lot of H's and W's. One and one on Bruce. Bruce, a 2-time All-Star. Last year and this year. Only he and Miguel Cabrera have at least 34 doubles, 33 homers, and 96 RBIs.
Of his 33 homers have come against left-handed pitching. He doesn't hit for much of an average against lefties, only 220 as opposed to a 275 batting average against righties, but he can hit the long ball against anybody.
Valbuena and Castro got a tent by Luis off the end of his glove for a 2-out blue pit. Wind wasn't helping him there. Just glad he and Castro didn't collide.
Yeah, it looked like the wind might have pushed it right at the very end, just out of his reach. Soriano was playing deep, respecting the power of Jay Bruce. Just dunks that one out there into shallow left field. Nice effort by Luis, just off the tip of the fingers of the glove.
Rolling 2 hits and an RBI, 3 trips. Now 243, hitting over 290 in the second half. .516 career doubles for Scott Rowland. Castro with a tricky hop, and that'll end the inning. Time for the captain Morgan's 7th inning stretch.
For Take Me Out to the Ball Game, former Chicago Bear Donnell Wolford.
Of the 7th, great to have with us former Bears cornerback, Pro Bowler 1993, Donnell Wolford. How you doing, Donnell?
Good, guys. How are you?
Doing just fine, thank you.
I hope I didn't embarrass myself up here trying to sing.
Hey, you got through it. That's all that
I play
matters.
football. I'm not a singer.
That's okay. Here's Wellington Castillo. The Cubs are down only 1, and he was trying to tie it on that swing right there. Jose Arredondo is the new Reds pitcher.
Well, Donnell, if it makes you feel any better, we've had some of the current Bears up here, and they can't sing a lick.
So I get a check mark.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Toughest guy you ever covered?
Jerry Rice and Sterling Sharp, Chris Carter, Michael Irvin.
One of the all-time greats.
It's a pretty good list.
I had many sleepless nights, but I did my job.
Well, guys aren't going to catch the ball. They're paid to do that. And you're paid to make them not catch the ball and maybe catch a few yourself. But it's a tough job, isn't it?
It is.
And you need help sometimes, too.
I do.
Not you. I just mean as a cornerback.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, every now and then it's nice if the safety rolls over the top. Otherwise, you're out there by yourself. A lot of grass.
Well, it's got to be one of the toughest things in sports when you think about how fast most of these wide receivers are nowadays. They know where they're going, but you have to pick up subtle little tips to try to read which direction they're going to go or what route they're going to run, and you got to do it in a hurry.
I do. I mean, you have to, and you're going backwards, they're running forward, so it can be difficult at times. You just got to be able to swivel your hips and turn and run.
2-2 to Castillo. Arredondo utilizes that split-fingered fastball a lot. Brett Jackson and then a pinch hitter here for the Cubs in the 7th. And that one fouled out of play. Talk about your time here and your connection with Bears fans. It's just such a great sports town, isn't it?
It is. It is. I played here 8 years, and some of the greatest fans on earth. And hopefully, when I was out there, I did the best I could do, and play hard and have the fans cheer and win some football games.
3-2, full count. Yeah, I think one of the most difficult calls, and I think the replacement officials are having difficult with this call, is what pass interference is. It's always very tricky, isn't it?
It is, but we always get called for it. The flag's always going in the air, and it's going to be on us. So it's always for the offense to score and catch the football. But that's football. But defense wins Super Bowls. So
yes, it does. Here's Jackson after Castillo walked to lead off the inning. Well, what's been keeping you busy these days? I know you've been playing a lot of golf this summer.
Well, I try. I play handicap golf because my body's kind of messed up from football. But I go out, get a chance to meet people, network, and raise money for a particular charity. And I also have the Donnell Wolford Foundation to support the Boys and Girls Club of America. So that keeps me busy and looking to circulate my resume to get out and get back in the NFL as far as a coaching job or a front office job. I don't have a Super Bowl ring, so if you can't get something one way, you can get it another way. So I want to try to get in an organization so I can help them win one.
One strike on Brett Jackson. Tying run is on with nobody out. Big swing and a miss. Well, the Cubs will have a Clemson product on the mound tomorrow. Jason Birkin.
Go Tigers.
That's right. Yeah.
Clemson has a great baseball program.
Yes, Tyler Colvin went through Clemson and drafted by the Cubs. My good friend Bill Schroeder went to Clemson, former big league catcher.
Talking about playing in the charity golf tournaments. A good friend of ours that sings up here every year, Tom Dreesen. You recently, I believe, played in his golf tournament.
I did.
Yeah.
Tom's a very interesting guy, very funny. So yes, I played in his golf tournament, and it was for a great cause, and I was happy to be out there to support him.
It's splitter from Arredondo as he strikes out Jackson, and now Dave Sapelt will pinch hit. In the pitcher spot for Russell, see Sean Camp in the 8th. How many times have you been to Wrigley Field?
A few times. Actually, I used to be good friends with Sammy Sosa, and he used to get me tickets, so I used to come watch him play.
Those were exciting
and they had
times.
Mark
here
Grace and all those Hall of Fame players, and it's a great place to watch a baseball game. I mean, it's no better place like this place in the world. A lot of history here.
Oh yeah.
Home of the Bears for a half a century. Sapelt, the former Red. And a strike on the outside. 1-1. Cubs got 3 runs in the 6th to get back into the game. 2 on a home run by Alfonso Soriano, his 30th of the season. Good block by Navarro. 2-1.
If you're a Reds catcher catching Jose Arredondo, you know you're going to have to block some balls in the dirt. He relies so heavily on that split-fingered fastball, and when you're throwing it right, it's down at the bottom of the zone. Many of those are going to end up in the dirt.
Here it is. Up in the air, into right, and the wind's going to keep that in play, and it's caught. Jay Bruce almost overran that one. Donnell, thanks for stopping by tonight. We really appreciate it, and best of luck in the future.
Thank you for having me.
Donnell Wolford,
Good luck to you.
Go Cubs.
former Bears Pro Bowler.
Take care, guys.
Nice job. Jesus with 2 outs. Well, that ball almost dropped. At times those balls get pushed foul with the wind, but it's viciously blowing out to center, kept it fair. And ball 1 to Jesus. Even down 5-1. Just we're thinking this is a kind of night with the wind.
All
a chance to get back in. The Cubs did, and here we are.
All it takes is one mistake at the right time to the right hitter.
One. No, 1 and 2. Line to center, and Stubbs makes a grab. Leadoff walk does not produce the tying run. Still 5-4 Reds after 7. But still pretty good. But here's the real thing. A couple of years ago, I think it was opening day, right? Yeah, April 5th, 2010. And Konerko with a bare hand.
Very creative.
Oh, can't see that enough.
Man. You just don't see many pitchers that are physically able to make plays like that. You get them off that circle of dirt out there in the middle of the infield, and a lot of them are lost. Mike Leake and Mark Burley, two of the best.
Sean Camp here in the 8th. Want to know on Navarro. 2-1. One bounced foul, 3-2. Valdez and a pinch hitter for the Reds. Well, you don't have to face Aroldis Chapman tonight, but the Reds have a good bullpen in general. So Sean Marshall and Jonathan Broxton. Ball game last night. Fly ball out in the left, deep left. Soriano has it on the warning track.
Now, Reds relievers this year, 28-19 is the one-loss record. The ERA stands at 2.57. Opponent's batting average only 2.15. Not only that, but you could make a pretty good offensive line from some of the pitchers they have down there in that pen.
Chapman, by the way, threw 25 pitches before the game in the bullpen. Said he felt good afterward, battling shoulder fatigue. Valdez vacated, and that pitch came back over the plate. They lead the majors in bullpen ERA. They haven't allowed a run in their last 7 games. And they've dealt with injuries too. Ryan Madsen, Tommy John surgery, out for the year. Nick Massett recently had shoulder surgery. There's J.J. Hoover.
Obviously a lot of really good arms in that Reds bullpen, Len, but part of the reason I think they've been able to pitch so effectively all season long is they haven't had to be overworked. The the Red starters have pitched deep into a lot of ball games, allowing Dusty and Brian Price, their fine pitching coach, to use those guys the way you would like to.
This is Henry Rodriguez, switch hitting infielder. Two balls, no strikes. Rodriguez was promoted to the big league club on roster expansion day, September 1st. Southern League All-Star, Double-A this year. Also some time at Triple-A and a base hit. Inning alive for Phillips.
Yeah, checking on Rodriguez over there at first. He's a base stealing threat as well. Had 33 a couple of years ago. Single A Dayton. 30 combined last year between Bakersfield and Double A Carolina.
Swing and a miss. 0-2. It's over in Pittsburgh. The Brewers beat the Pirates 3-1. So they stay hot. Brewers stay hot. The Pirates stay cold. And they're back to 500. Marco Estrada, 7 scoreless innings. John Axford got his 30th save. Only run for the Pirates, a leadoff homer by Andrew McCutchen in the 9th inning. Brewers have won 22 of 28. And right now, 2 behind the Cardinals in the wild card. The Cardinals with a 3-0 lead over Houston in the 8th. The Pirates have dropped 20 of their last 27. Nationals scored 6 runs in the 8th to tie the Dodgers, but the Dodgers just got the lead back with a Matt Kemp home run in the 9th. 7-6. Nationals won earlier today in game 1. Phillips sends a high fly to center. Brett Jackson will get it on the warning track to end the inning. Close call there. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Cubs trail by a run.
Including the rest of this homestand against division rivals, the Cardinals, beginning this Friday through Sunday. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or my personal preference, visit the Wrigley Field box office.
Right-hander J.J. Hoover, who was acquired from the Braves for infielder Juan Francisco. That's fun to say. On April 1st. He was AAA Louisville's most valuable player. He has now grabbed a pretty important role in the Reds bullpen. 2 strikes on Darwin Barney, maybe his last opportunity to extend his hitting streak to 14. One and two.
Fastball, curveball, changeup pitcher is J.J. Hoover. Average fastball sits right in the low 90s. It's a hard, sharp breaking curveball.
The rookie has allowed just 15 hits in 27 innings. I wonder if his nickname is the jet plane. Now, you wouldn't get that reference. You might get the reference, 15 years ago when your kids were a little younger, as Barney draws a leadoff walk. JJ's the jet plane. If you have young kids out there, you know what I'm talking about. That's one of those shows that every kid watches now, or at least did when my son was young.
We were deep into the Teenage Mutant Ninja
Turtles.
Turtles.
Yeah, you would have gotten that reference.
Power Rangers. JJ the jet plane, I'm not familiar with.
Okay. I could sing the whole theme song. I haven't seen it in like 7 years, but it's ingrained in my mind. Rizzo takes a strike. Home run hitter at the plate. Cubs down a run. 1 on, nobody out in the 8th. Foul tip on a fastball, 1-2.
I was just thinking before that last swing by Anthony Rizzo, this is the kind of pitcher that he's more likely to take an aggressive swing like that. We saw him in the early part of the ball game against Mike Leake, a guy who everything he throws is moving one direction or the other. He changed speeds a lot. Against pitchers like that, Anthony seems to really sit back and wait, let the ball travel. Against guys that throw a little bit harder with a little bit less movement, he's more likely to let it out.
Bruce Stubbs will make the grab in left center. That's the first out. Hit well. Time now for our Xfinity high-speed action. Soriano getting the Cubs back into the game with a 2-run blast onto Waveland in the 6th. Number 30 on the year. Curve for a strike. Fouled off 0-2. Hoover's given name's actually James Allen Hoover. So there's an extra J somehow got stuck in there. We'll have to get to the bottom of it. He's from Pennsylvania, went to Calhoun Community College in Alabama, before getting drafted by the Braves 2008, 10th round. High on a heater, 1-2. He was going to transfer to West Virginia University before signing with the Braves for $400,000. Swing and a miss. Couldn't lay off the high fastball. 2 outs.
Elevated fastball that time from Hoover. Tough combination of pitches right there for Alfonso Soriano to handle the high fastball in the mid-90s up out of the top of the zone. Showed some good breaking balls earlier in the count. J.J. Hoover, if you saw him in the hotel lobby, you'd be able to tell he's a right-handed pitcher. Look at the difference between his right arm and his left arm. I think back to Kevin Brown, who looked like he had a leg hanging off his right shoulder. But his left arm was more normal, what you would expect to see on an average civilian.
Sometimes you see that with tennis players. It's trying to get their magic number down to 3 in the NL Central. Phillips can't get it on the leap. Barney to third. Castro's 3 out of 4 tonight.
Couldn't throw it out there any more perfectly than this. Just a little flick of the bat as that ball was headed off the outside corner just over Brandon Phillips. A thing of beauty right there. Makes up for some of the line drives he's hit right at people this season.
Valbuena doubled home the 4th Cubs run. That was back in the 6th, but then was caught not looking at the pitcher. Picked off in the 6th to end it. Chance of redemption here, and he takes a strike.
It's one of the great things about the game of baseball. It gives you opportunities to redeem yourself for mistakes that are made earlier in the ball game. And that was a huge mistake because the Cubs really finally broke through against Mike Leake. Single by Rizzo, the 2-run homer by Soriano, another base hit by Castro. Valbuena with a double of his own to drive home Castro, and then the pick off at second base. Looked like they really had Leake on the ropes right then.
Three and one. Sam LeCure. In the Reds bullpen, you saw Carlos Marmol in the Cubs pen. Good count here for Valbuena. The 3-1 taken inside, ball 4 to load him up.
Brian Price about to head out to the mound here and have a word with his young right-hander, giving LeCure a little more opportunity to get loose and also to review the scouting report on Wellington Castillo, talk it over with Navarro and figure out exactly how they want to go after the Cubs catcher.
The playing pitcher, number 53, Wellington Castillo.
So here's Castillo with the bases loaded. Cubs trailing by only a run. At one point they were down 5-1. Ball 1. Two and 0. Hoover under some pressure to throw a strike here. Does not want to force in the tying run. That's Barney at third. Go ahead run represented by Castro at second. Three and 0. Chris Spire, the acting manager tonight. Dusty Baker out. Ball 4. We're tied. A 4-pitch walk to force in the tying run. That's going to be it for Hoover. Sam LeCure will face Brett Jackson. It's a Honda call to the pen. Cubs have tied it, coming back from a 5-1 deficit, and they're not done yet here in the 8th. Right-hander Sam LeCure. He's on for his 44th appearance.
Yeah, sorry, Lynn. He's been really good lately for the Reds. Hasn't allowed a run in his last 8 appearances. Hasn't allowed a hit in his last 5.
New career high for him with his 44th appearance. Cubs have tied it on the bases loaded walk to Castillo. Now it's Brett Jackson to try to give them the lead for the first time. So the Reds bullpen charged with a run for the first time in their last 8 games. Here's a pitch. Knocked down by Navarro. Cubs looking for their first lead since Sunday. Lost 3-0 on Monday, 3-1 last night.
McCure not overpowering. His average fastball sits just a tick under 90 miles per hour. Has a lot of sinking action. He'll also throw a slider, a curve, and a straight changeup. He's a little more out of the mold of Mike Leake, the starting pitcher tonight. Relies more on movement and changing speeds than sheer velocity.
Curveball, 1-2. Castro at third. Valbuena at second. Castillo over at first. He just walked to tie the ball game.
They're going to talk it over out there on the mound. One thing to watch for is Navarro goes back behind the plate to give his signs. Watch how much movement there is in his right elbow as he's giving the signs. As he's flashing not only the numerical signs with his fingers, but he's pointing to the outside corner, pointing to the inside corner. But yeah, there's a lot of guys in the major leagues that watch for things like that, subtle little tips behind the plate where you might be able to discern location on the next pitch. Watch his right elbow. Well, he's not even going to give a sign. He just went out to talk it over with LeCure. We'll have to catch him next time.
2-2 on Jackson. Here it is. Got him on the inside corner. A fastball to end the inning. They do tie it on the bases loaded walk. We go to the ninth. It's 5-5.
David Kaplan and Todd Hollingsworth break down the game and preview the Cubs' next matchup. Don't miss Horseshoe Casino Cubs postgame live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Cubs closer Carlos Marmol trying to preserve the tie.
I'm still in all. The Brett Jackson took a called third strike in a tie game with the bases loaded, and it wasn't even a borderline pitch. I think it would really do Brett a lot of good to get a whole bunch of videotape of Joey Votto at bats. Watch how he tracks the ball all the way to contact with the bat. Watch how he sprays the ball from foul line to foul line. A lot of movement on that 89-mile-per-hour sinker back to the inside part of the plate, but you've got to be hungry to hit in that situation.
Well, we're tied at 5 as we go to the ninth. We always wonder if the wind will shift on a night like this. It has not shifted. It has only gotten harder. My goodness. Kicking up dirt, in fact, on the warning track every once in a while, the big wind gusts.
Occasionally when that wind swirls around the warning track, it almost looks like a wave as the leaves on the ivy kind of wiggle from the left center field line around towards center field.
Two 2-0 on Drew Stubbs. Big factor in this game with 3 runs scored. Well, we've only seen 1 home run tonight. That was Soriano in the 6th, but a not so bold prediction would be that I think a home run's going to win this game one way or the other. Swing and a miss, 2-2. As we were saying.
Yeah. Dust level out there in right center field.
'97. And that fastball from Marmol, but it missed. 3-2. Got to get him with Votto on deck. Don't want to mess around here with walks, especially against a guy with 30 stolen bases. Castillo wants a fastball on the 3-2. Got him on the slider. Good pitch.
Well, that's a really good slider right there. Doesn't try to get too tricky. Doesn't try to be too fine. Just get it up there low in the strike zone. Stubbs takes a called third strike for the 2nd time in the game after reaching in his first 3 plate appearances and scoring each time.
Votto has been on 3 times. Now watch how he tracks the pitch into the mitt. His head will turn away from the pitcher as the ball goes by.
You can't say this about very many pitchers in the National League, but Joey Votto hasn't had much luck against Carlos Marmol. He's had his number. 1 for 13 lifetime with 7 strikeouts.
Tigers are a game closer in the American League Central. Justin Verlander got his 15th win, 6-2 Detroit over Oakland. And the Royals behind Bruce Chen shut out the White Sox 3-0. They beat Chris Sale. White Sox lead down to 2. Two and 2. Another homer for Miguel Cabrera in that Detroit victory. Oakland's now lost 3 in a row, and again lost their starter Brett Anderson with a strained oblique tonight. Strike 3. Now, the other thing too that I think you'd probably have to guard against as a hitter is to not get distracted by the gusting wind straight out, right? Hard enough to hit a major league pitch as it is, but you start thinking about, boy, if I hit one out, we're probably going to win.
If I just lift this ball in the air a little bit, and suddenly next thing you know, you've developed a few bad habits in your swing that sometimes can take a week or more to get rid of.
Heisey takes a fastball in.
We used to joke around the batting cage on days like this at Wrigley Field. Swing straight up. You just want to get that ball in the air and take your chances. And when you start doing things like that, and you're going to be in bad habits, the wind's going to turn around, blow across or blow in tomorrow. Marmol saved his best pitch of the first 2 at-bats of this inning as the final pitch. 2 nasty sliders. One to get Stubbs looking and one to get an awkward swing from Joey Votto, which rarely happens.
Shallow center. Castro makes a catch on the run. A 1-2-3 ninth for Marmol. 5-5.
Cubs pregame live. Cubs Reds tomorrow afternoon at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Sam LeCure struck out Brett Jackson with the bases loaded in the 8th to keep this game tied. He'll now face Joe Mather, a pinch hitter. And then the top of the Cubs order, unless Mather hits a home run.
Yeah. And possibly that's the reason Mather is taking this at bat. Instant offense. At least a possibility of instant offense, because on the surface it would appear this would be a perfect opportunity to pinch hit Tony Campana. Maybe saving him to pinch run after Mather gets a base hit.
Hey, congrats to former Cub minor leaguer Chris Archer, who got his first major league win tonight. 13-3, the Rays beat the Red Sox. Another went around 0-2. Red Sox with their first losing season since 1997. The Orioles with their first winning season since 97. I guess it seems like 1997 over in the East. Mather pops shallow right, and Brandon Phillips for out number 1. Final in St. Louis, Lance Lynn gets his 16th win. Jason Mott with his 37th save. And 2 Cardinals hit their 20th. Yadier Molina and David Freese 5-0 over Houston. Dodgers did beat the Nationals 7-6 in game 2 of that doubleheader, so they split. Matt Kemp with a game-winning home run in the 9th. Jay Chapman. We had another interesting end of the inning. Tag play at third. Run scoring or not scoring at first, or at home rather. It's generally where you score. 0-2. In game 2 tonight, Matt Kemp crossed the plate to give the Dodgers a 6-0 lead, but replays indicated that Adrian Gonzalez was tagged out at third before he crossed the plate. So they got the run, but should not have been given that extra run. Gets away as DeJesus swings and misses, and the throw gets by, but Phillips was backing up. Well, if you know it's going to get past the catcher, swing at it, I guess.
Yeah, if you see a pitch this bad, you think it's going to get by him. Nasty breaking ball in the dirt. Navarro looked to be in pretty good position to block that ball, but somehow it got by all the way over into the Cubs on deck circle.
Well, the winning run is on base, and you've got a good opposite field hitter here, and Darwin Barney is going to have a big hole over there with Votto holding on to Jesus. Phillies got 2 in the 9th in New York to beat the Mets. Go ahead homer by Ryan Howard with 2 outs in the 9th. First homer of September for Howard. In there for a strike. Phillies have won 10 of 13. And those 3 losses against the Houston Astros.
Yep.
Decent lead by DeJesus. Long pause by LeCure. Here's a pitch. 0-2. Swing and a miss. And Barney strikes out for the first time in a while.
Flat tailing fastball up around the belt. Kind of caught him by surprise. A couple of heaters on the outside corner earlier in the sequence. This one running back inside. That's an odd sight to see Darwin Barney go down on strikes.
Certainly is. It's his first strikeout in his last 56 plate appearances. He went 55 in a row without a punch out. Rizzo with 2 hits, 4 at bats. Wind still howling straight out to center. He was the big hero on Sunday in the come from behind 13-9 win over the Pirates. 2 home runs, including his first career grand slam. Don't even need a home run here. Although the Reds have their outfielders pinned up against the warning track. They're trying to avoid DeJesus going from first to home. One and one on the curveball.
The pace of this game has really slowed with a runner on base, and I blame their catcher for a lot of it. Navarro doesn't even look over to the bench until the batter's in the box, the pitcher's on the rubber. He finally looks over to get the sign from his bench, and then there'll be a delay, usually before he starts to give the signs. LeCure's just been standing out there checking the runner, looking around the ballpark, waiting for his catcher to hang a sign.
He's going to have a shot at this. Now the wind kept it in play. Navarro makes a catch in foul territory, and we will go to the 10th. Tied at 5. rookie right-hander Jay Chapman here in the 10th, and a 5-5 deadlock.
Clean inning in the ball game yesterday for Chapman. Struck out one red hitter in his inning of work. He's been very impressive in the short time we've seen him up here at the major league level. Shows a really good straight changeup.
Left-handed hitting Jay Bruce to lead it off, then Scott Rowland. Switch hitter Deanna Navarro also due up. Starters long gone, both getting no decisions. Russin and Leake. Russin went 5, gave up 5 runs. That one out into deep center. Brett Jackson has it for the out. Leake went 6 innings, gave up 4 runs. Fastball fouled off. Liam Hendricks got his first career win. The Minnesota Twins 6-4 over Cleveland. Josh Willingham 4 hits, 4 RBIs, his 35th home run. The Indians have lost 39 of 50. Hendricks had been the 5th pitcher since 1920 to not win in his first 17 starts. 3 away from the all-time record. There's ball 4. As Rowland will take his base.
We might see a pinch runner for Scott Rowland. He's always been a really good base runner, just doesn't have great base running speed. But not a lot of real good options off the bench. A lot of good bats off the bench for the Reds, but not really a blazing runner that you'd like to see in their pinch running. Now, if Billy Hamilton were here, he'd be out there.
Yep. Yankees swept the day-night doubleheader against Toronto 4-2 in Game 1, 2-1 in the nightcap. They went in tied for first with the Orioles. They'll end today up at least a half game. The Orioles are in Seattle in a 1-1 tie in the 6th. 2-0. So after the walk to Rowland, Chapman now has missed on the first 2 to Navarro. Partner, I have the answer to our question last night about the Reds fans howling As you can probably hear. Double play. I'll give you the answer coming up. Lined right to Rizzo. He steps on the bag. That gets Chapman out of the top of the 10th. Still tied at 5. App for your iPhone, iPad, Android, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at BAT to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details. Right-hander Logan on Drusick. Now on for Cincy.
He'll work his fastball both directions. Two-seamer with some tailing action, a cutter. Also throws a curveball and a straight changeup.
Soriano already with a home run tonight, his 30th.
One for 4 against Andrusic in his career. The one hit. That's right. A long ball.
2-0. Goes foul. He hits it. He gets it up in the wind a little bit. It might keep it fair, but it was hooking too much. Sounded good.
Cut fastball up over the heart of the plate, just a little bit out in front, putting some side spin on that ball. You can see it hooking. Just foul.
Buckler there, but it missed. 3-2.
He'd have swung a ball 4 right there, but that is his happy zone. Anything middle of the plate in and down around the knees or even a little lower, that's where he likes it.
Yes, he got him.
Got away with a hanging curveball at the very top of the zone, inside part of the plate. It's one of those pitches you like to say it was so bad it turned out good.
Deanna Navarro has gone over to the Reds dugout.
That one foul ball in the dirt splashed some debris up into his face.
Low and outside to Castro. Grounded out in the second. 3 singles since. He's got an RBI and has scored a run. Andrusik spent the last part of August in the minor leagues. Rest of the year he's been with the Reds. 3 appearances for Louisville. The last time he pitched was also an extra innings. He got the win. Chest blocked. 2-2. Right back here tomorrow afternoon. Jason Birkin with his second Cubs start. He'll face Johnny Cueto here on CSN. Cueto hasn't won in September. Barehand knocked down by Andrusik. He's going to throw late. 4 hits for Castro.
Boy, tremendous possibility of a bad throw there also by Andrusik. He sticks the bare hand up to knock that ball down. Tracks it down. I believe there were some bees in his hand as he picked it up, but unfortunately for the Cubs, he didn't throw it away. Votto able to make the play over at first and pulled Castro to a single.
Pretty vehemently waving off Brian Price and the Reds athletic trainer, saying, "I'm fine."
The trainer right there is Paul Lassard, who was my head athletic trainer in Arizona. Got a World Series ring with an A on it. Subsequently moved to Boston, where he got a World Series ring with a B on it. Hoping to do the same here with the Reds and just work his way through the alphabet.
And then he'll move on to the Tigers.
Yeah.
Luis Valbuena with Roland in at third. Votto holding on Castro at first as Andrusik throws over. It may seem late, but just keep in mind, Monday night we hadn't even started yet. Alfredo Simon up in the Reds bullpen. Remarkable. What a night that was. Oh. 0-2.
Once we got started, it was a crisply played game. I think the time of game was around 2:46. One of the faster games we've had recently, but 3.5 hour wait made it seem like a really long night.
fouled off. All right, so the howling by Reds fans.
Okay.
According to the Dayton Daily News, a young Reds fan, Max Collette, 11 years old, earlier this month was at the ballpark in Cincinnati just before his 11th birthday and started howling like a dog, reads the story. Late in the ball game after Pittsburgh Pirates struck out, so fans around him started to howl. The game ended up going almost 5.5 hours and 14 innings. So it just kind of caught on, word of mouth in Cincinnati. And I guess as it started, Tom Brenneman and Chris Welsh, who were calling the game on Reds television a few days later, were wondering, what in the world is that? Albuena lofts a lazy fly ball. No man's land, and it's going to drop. And Castro on his way to third. Throw there, not in time. Good read by Castro. And the winning run is 90 feet away with only one out.
The Reds once again playing very deep to try to prevent Castro from scoring from first base on an extra base hit, and it cost him right here. This ball drops in front of the deep outfield. Castro sees it get away briefly. He motors on to third. When the throw goes there, Valbuena moves into scoring position, taking away that force play. Run! Run! Oh, man. You're lucky.
Infield in with Castillo at the plate. The error charged to Drew Stubbs. This is what you want here. Wind blowing out. They've got to bring their outfielders in too. So if Castillo can get anything up in the air toward the outfield, that should end it with Castro's speed.
And we've already seen Andrusek throw a couple of pitches way out in front of home plate. He's thrown 4 wild pitches on the season. Only Alfredo Simon, warming up in the bullpen, has thrown more.
Here's a pitch. It's a strike. I'll tell you what, Luis Valbuena should know, based on what happened in Houston last week, to be very careful at second. Don't try to tag and head to third if Castro's going to score. Don't get picked off either. Here's the 0-1. Swinging for the fence there. 0-2. Got to shorten up here. I mean, 2 strikes now. You'd think he'd shorten up. Contact. Got to put the ball in play.
You've got everything working in your favor. Infield in, outfield in, wind blowing straight out. Just get the bat on the ball.
1-2. Struck him out.
I'm pretty sure Dale Swaim's not going to be happy with that at bat. Just trying to do way too much. Don't need a 3-run homer to win the ball game. Need a cue shot through that drawn in infield.
So it's up to Brett Jackson.
If it's not tough enough to hit big league pitching, you got napkins and hot dog wrappers blowing around between the mound and home plate.
Bring back memories for you?
Unfortunately, yes. Every game was this way. Hundreds of napkins blowing around the field.
That last shot is in the bonus DVD of American Beauty. Going outside. Two and 0. Clevenger on deck. Steve Clevenger pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. 3-0. They are loaded up for Clevenger. Brian Price back out.
Ladies and gentlemen, pinch hitting for the Cubs, number 51, Steve Clevenger.
So Clevenger bats for Jay Chapman. And if he can come through here, Chapman will get his first major league win. You always want to come through for a teammate. But these guys were teammates at Chipola Junior College.
How about that?
Clevenger was the shortstop back then. Just got out of the Cincinnati bullpen. A wild pitch on Alfredo Simon.
I mentioned he leads the team in wild pitches, even in the bullpen.
All right, Castro winning run still at third, 2 outs. Steve Clevenger to first on a hop, and Votto will tag the bag and leave him loaded. We go to the 11th, 5-5. Rookie right-hander Alberto Cabrera here in the 11th. Golden opportunity missed by the Cubs. Second and third, 1 out, and they could not push across the winning run.
Impressive strikeout total for young Alberto Cabrera. 16 2/3 innings, 23 strikeouts. Love to see that walk total stay right where it's at. Just a perfect 8th inning in the ball game last night. Struck out a couple of Reds. Hoping to do the same here tonight.
Wilson Valdez will lead it off. Dennis Phipps. Check that. Didi Gregorius on deck as a pinch hitter. Cabrera's first pitch. Fastball with good movement for a strike. And 1-1. Cub bullpen tonight, Bob. Dale talked about them before the game. Doing a nice job battling through some adversity this season. Carlos Marmol for a time lost his job as a closer. Spent some time on the DL. Traded Sean Marshall before the season. Tonight, starting with Michael Bowden, no runs, 5 innings.
Only 2 hits and 2 walks by the Reds in those 5 innings of relief work by the Cubs. I think that's one of the last things to come together, even on a good ball club. Defining the roles down there in the bullpen and figuring out how it all best fits together.
Glances off the glove of Chapman. Barney! Got him! What a play. And a little bump there by Wilson Valdez. Well, he's lucky Mike Everett didn't throw him out. Respire comes out to argue the call. That'll go 1-4-3. Gold glove play by Barney.
Well, I mean, he fields out on a tough hop on the move, off balance throw back to Rizzo.
He beat it. Boy, oh, that was as close as it gets. Well, a lot of umpires in this league would have thrown him out just for the brush, even though it was unintentional. Xavier Paul, not Gregorius, to pinch hit. Swing and a miss.
That's a great pitch to a guy who's had an outstanding season as a pinch hitter off the bench. You look around baseball, and most guys who succeed as pinch hitters are deadly first ball hitters. They go up there looking for that first fastball near the strike zone and let it go. So Cabrera starts him with a nasty changeup to get the swinging strike.
2-1. Paul went to spring training. He's a non-roster guy with the Nationals. Started the season at AAA in their system. Hit .315. Was released in early July. Signed by the Reds to a AAA contract. Came up in mid-July. And considering what he has done in the pinch, he's got a good chance to make their postseason roster. A bunch of fans heading off to their next destination as we near 11 o'clock. The howling returns.
Mildly annoying.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Hit hard, but right at Darwin Barney. 2 down. Phillips has been on twice. Single, and he was hit by a pitch in the 6th. And he was able to pull the bat back just in time. A very large, clear, almost garbage bag looking thing just appeared to fly in over the roof and land right behind home plate. I'm not quite sure where that came from. It flew in from Mars. Swing and a miss, 2-2. You see Phillips occasionally on that swing go down to a knee. Got a real wide stance in the batter's box.
Clearly fooled by that slider. Great location. Just enough off speed.
DeJesus with a long run. He overran it. Phillips on his way to second. That's an error on DeJesus. A rare misplay by David DeJesus.
Playing tricks out there, just overran the ball, and is very lucky for Brandon Phillips, who once again was barking down the first baseline. Barely made it to first as that ball dropped in right field. Fortunately for him, it bounced far enough away from David DeJesus that he could turn the corner and make it to second. That's bad effort.
Bruce Stubbs. Strike one.
Phillips probably going to try to steal third base, even though it really doesn't mean much.
Base hit. Soriano fields it. Here's his throw to the plate. Not in time. Gets by everybody. Stubbs at second, and the Reds lead 6-5. That'll be an unearned run. What a night for Stubbs.
Liner into left field. Soriano gets to it on one hop. Had to take an extra step before unleashing that throw to home plate. Just didn't appear to have a good grip on the baseball. Yeah, it looked like it rattled around in the webbing of his glove just a little bit. His throw is just a tad late to home, and Phillips scores.
They will intentionally walk Votto and face Heise instead. We're talking about Stubbs and his offensive struggles, and I was going to bring it up early in the game. I guess I'm glad I didn't. You know, it's a question for Dusty Baker. He may not have answered that question to this point, but you know, do you go into the postseason with Stubbs hitting second, you know, with an on-base percentage in the 280s? Well, tonight, 3 hits. He's been on 4 times. He's scored 3 runs. He keeps doing this. Yeah, you hit him second.
Yeah. I mean, there's some people in the Reds traveling party that wonder whether Drew Stubbs should even be in the lineup.
Right.
Yeah, Jay Bruce is capable of playing center field. You can get another bat in the lineup, a more consistent bat in the lineup. But when he's good, he is really good. A superior defender in center field, strong throwing arm, tremendous high fastball power. Just not as consistent with his offensive performance as perhaps some of the other alternatives in this Reds lineup.
Very late swing by Heise. And back to the howling for a second. That's got to hurt after a while, doesn't it?
I would think so.
That would not be very pleasant in the vocal cords, in my opinion.
It doesn't look real pleasant either.
No. That got the bat, didn't it? Well, Paul Schreiber pointed right at first base, so they're loaded. Might have gotten part of him and the knob of the bat.
Try to go with that elevated fastball. Yeah, it looked like it caught just enough of the back of his left hand. He immediately reacts.
Jeff Beliveau getting loose as Chris Bosio comes out. By a little time here, you've got left-handed hitting Jay Bruce due up with the bases loaded. Now you're going to have to face Jonathan Broxton in the bottom of the inning. Filling in as the Reds closer with Aroldis Chapman still out.
Also doubles as a pulling guard for the Bengals in his off time.
So Cabrera to Bruce, swing and a miss. 1-2. Did you ever get to Jay Bruce and ask him about the little hand twitch?
I did not. We'll have to try to catch him before the day game tomorrow. Well, my question last night was, has an umpire ever inadvertently called timeout when he extends that left arm right there at the last instant? And very similar to when a player requests timeout from a home plate umpire.
Left field. Soriano coming over. And this time he has it. The basket catch right at the belt to end the inning. The Reds get an unearned run. We go to the bottom of the 11th. It's 6-5. Night here at Wrigley Field, and actually 11 combined runs to this point. Seems pretty light. The wind has been blowing straight out to center and at least 20 miles an hour all night. Cubs with a home run. Soriano in the 6th inning. The Reds without one, but again leading here in the 11th.
It's a weird wind. I swear it's been blowing out, as you said, at 20 miles per hour all night long, but it seems like a lot of fly balls to the outfield have been knocked down tonight.
DeJesus trying to make up for the error as he overran the fly ball hit by Brandon Phillips. That would have ended the top of the 11th. One strike. Broxton got the save last night. Outside. 1-1. On the ground to the shortstop Valdez, and the throw across in time to get DeJesus. Barney gets yet another chance to extend the hitting streak. Fouled off. Rizzo on deck. Cubs trailed at one point, 5-1. They got 3 in the 6th and then tied it in the 8th to send it to extras. And a bases loaded walk, in fact. Notice the howling has settled down just a little bit. They peaked too early.
Hopefully Cub fans have something to howl about here. If Darwin Barney can get on base, get Anthony Rizzo up to the plate. It's that time of night. The same gentleman has caught the last 2 foul balls that Darwin Barney has hit to the first base side of the field.
Roxton again. High, 3-2. West Coast games getting late. Baltimore and Seattle are in the 9th, tied at 1. Texas leads the Angels 3-2 in the 6th. Arizona leading San Diego 4-2 in the 8th. Giants 6, Rockies 1. Only in the bottom of the 5th. What's taking them so long? Another 3-2 to Barney. Fly ball, pretty well hit, but it will be caught by Bruce. So it's up to Rizzo. Here we go. Outside. Ball 1. Hey, I want to mention this. Bob, Ichiro had 7 hits in the doubleheader today for the Yankees. 3 for 4 and 4 for 4.
That's a good day.
That's a pretty good day. So he went 7 for 8. His batting average only went up 8 points as he has so many at bats. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Swings through the fastball. unearned run for Cincinnati in the top of this 11th inning. Broxton trying to save it for Andrusic. Broxton trying for his second consecutive 1-2-3 inning to get the save here at Wrigley. Did it last night. He's 1-2 on Rizzo. And the pitch. A tapper. Foul. Good job by Broxton. Might as well let it roll. You never know if it'll hit a pebble and kick fair.
Had Rizzo run past him, I think he would have gone ahead and touched it foul. But when Rizzo stopped about halfway up the first baseline, Broxton decided to just let it roll, hoping maybe it would come back into fair territory. It's a wise move.
Catcher Navarro asked for time. Swing and a miss, strike three, and the Reds win it. They win it tonight 6-5-11. Their manager Dusty Baker had to head to the hospital for some chest x-rays as they try to rule out pneumonia. Not sure if he'll be back at the ballpark tomorrow or not. We certainly hope he's all right.
Absolutely.
And the Reds' magic number to win the division now down to 3. So Drew Stubbs, our GMC player of the game, he had a big night from the 2 spot. He scored 3 times. He ended up with the game-winning RBI in the 11th.
Even though he's having a subpar offensive season, according to all reports, on a given day he can take charge of a ball game with his bat, with his glove, with his legs, and that's exactly what he did tonight.
And the Reds now 47-6 when Drew Stubbs scores a run. So for Bob and our entire CSN crew, led by John Walsh, Dave Turner, Keon Dolit-Shahi, Mark Harper, Jim Corno Jr., Paula Oskrova. Thanks to everyone for a job well done. Len Casper saying so long. We're back with you tomorrow, 12:30 for the pregame on Comcast Sportsnet. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.